Hello. Today it is Tuesday. It is car day. Driving mechanics. Driving experience. And it is the 11th of August. It is 2026. The time is 11:39. I woke up maybe 11. Had maybe a good sleep, I think, an okay sleep. I didn't listen, it's the first day when I didn't listen to my 8-hour subliminal. Because I was looking at TikTok and then I was relaxing and having the phone by my side, almost sleeping, and it ran out of battery. So I decided to not make a whole fuss of connecting extension cord and a charger, etc. Now I am starting the day. I've opened the curtain. With a bed. I drank my cognitive enhancement drink. I'm not prepared my cacao yet because I think it's around 50 minutes maybe before. My cortisol is low enough for cacao. I feel a little bit stressed, a little bit anxious and uncertain. I feel pressure for myself to deliver, but I don't know exactly what to deliver, and I feel like I don't feel quite inspired, and I feel like if I start to look at driving mechanics, it will not solve the underlying feeling of pressure, because feeling of pressure is not on the driving mechanics. So it might be a little hard to focus today on driving mechanics, or maybe it will be fine. It will be okay. I think it will be okay. But I still feel kind of anxious. I don't feel relaxed, like I can do yoga in peace. I don't know if I should do it outside. It's a little bit chilly. It's a windy day today. I think I'm still sleepy. That's partially why I'm not clear. Yeah. when I decided to wake up, it was because I needed to pee, not because I was inspired to work on the game. So I think not everything has settled, which means I might need some time to think or feel the day. There's no overarching vision for version 9. Well, the vision is not... the vision is very point-and-click heavy. But it's not... Yeah, the game director did a great job in zeroing in the big picture, the big epics, big features. But game director took time from producer to do that. So I haven't converted these epics into user stories and scoped it, and I haven't created like a completeness from that. So that's why I'm kind of still working on big picture things. I think today might be a kind of like a dry developer day where I think, okay, it's not completely clear what I should do, so I'm free to do kind of a little bit what I want. Kind of take inspiration from what I know and make a driving experience that is cool. And I can think maybe a bit more about long-term, more details regarding driving long-term, and thinking about what are the kind of features, user stories that are necessary for the game to be finished. And I can also think a little bit about shared work with the PNC developer, like working on saves. But the PNC developer has a lot of epics and user stories that will affect how saving and loading works. But I guess I can kind of modularize it or make it simple. So it's easy for the PNC developer to do things. Yeah, I took a look yesterday on the code. I would like to be completely focused, like knowing exactly, like this is enough to make the game work and good and high quality, and everything else on this side, they are bonus. So I have this, and then I can give a buffer zone, and then I can have that in my mind as where I'm going, and then I can just go forward towards that, very focused. If this is a perfect game, then I can focus on this and just and ignore the other stuff, putting on my blinders, tunnel vision. That's what I want as a developer, to feel like everything is properly planned. Yeah, I'm still zoning out. So I guess I haven't slept enough. Or well enough. Or long enough. I don't feel tired. I don't feel like I want to go to bed or something. I just feel like not. I don't feel like lying down. Well, it would be fine to lie down, would be nice, but I don't feel like the urge to do it. I feel an urge like just being unorganized, just doing what I feel like, kind of thing. Now I feel like lying down, sleeping. I don't know why my body is producing so much skin. Like, I took a shower yesterday evening, and still my ears have like this small dandruff. And I don't think it dried out. It didn't feel dry. I've developed small calluses on 2 of my toes. Interesting. Did they remove the big window? I think the neighbors, they had like this, it's like an old shop house on the down floor. So there was a big window there, like a display window. And it's been there all the time we lived here, but now it seems like they have made that window smaller and boarded up. They have like, yeah, made it more of a living house. What should I do? Should I just go back to bed? Or should I go outside and do yoga? If I go outside and do yoga, I need to warm up, and then I need to move a lot, but I'm so tired. I don't feel like moving and warming up. There's a little bird on the grass. Yeah, I'm gonna warm up and then go outside. Maybe I should do the warming up outside. Yeah, I think I should. Here you can see a video. I did 2 and some warm-ups. Let's take a look. I'm too fast for the slow system. Yeah, driving is a supported narrative and immersion, so it's kind of based on the point and click, what it's like when it comes to the quality of the driving. But it comes before in that you go from place to place. It's just transport. But that's not really the use in a great story. Yeah, there are a bunch of small things I can do. Upgrade. Maybe we should look at having a different 3D model, see how that looks. See if it looks good enough. Simpler systems. A cool document outlining the whole simple system. A link to the Gemini site AI walk to create the system. I put this. Just being in the world and doing whatever is nice. No strict feeling that you need to accomplish things. Sense of freedom, Jörn Mysterium can beat that. The game is rich with experiences, beauty canon, mini games and story progressions. It's like Oblivion. You never know what you find when you explore the game. It's like Oblivion. It's so much. Make the mechanics this week so that the immersion middle learner gets tools to play with. This will enable immersion developer to create a personal concept for the build. And then the narrator immersion builder can play the build. Story to tell. What features should go next? I really think we can select foundational use stores for PNC developer. This is for PNC developer. Okay, something like that. What? I have a sprint review. This document is not properly cleaned up. I don't know if we can make a Google document. It becomes too complex, too slow. Share systems. There we go, narrowing it down. Okay, I'm just kind of gonna go wing it. You can work on sound, and I think these are here in the backlog as well. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff here. You don't have sound here. Right, we have the... I remember. With this. And yeah, we can continue on this. How do system. That's all we can do. I'm not reading this even. I'm just assuming that they're good. There you go. I always feel like the Dry developer is just one step ahead of all of the other developers. Maybe I'm allocating too much time and resources to the Dry developer. Or maybe that's good. And then we have map display. Objectives. But this is game direction. It's yeah, we're not gonna go into that. Yeah, we'll come to the game director when he has time. He can go towards this. I'm gonna make sure the game is something like this. The transporting is like that, so it's nice when it comes to this. Yeah. So I guess today is just gonna be improving the maybe we can make it easier for your immersion developer to create a bunch of cars. That's I don't know. I'm gonna focus on the simple share for system first. Or it says driving mechanics there, down there. Improve shared save system and that's fun. Cool. When did I drink? Oh, that was the wrong. When did I drink my coffee? If I woke up around 11ish, then 12:30 should be coffee. So now ish should be coffee. Now we're gonna wait a little bit. Maybe we'll get a digital coffee, just some music. But we're gonna start off the day slow. Oh, they're missing because they're on the other location. Actually, maybe loading and working with, I could potentially take work of the town developer. Well, first off, we're gonna, can we undo? No, we cannot undo. That's not accurate. That's also not. How close should it be? I think that's good. Maybe it's pointing a bit too much down. Yeah, it's pointing too much down. But oh, that's not where I wanted to go. And there's a house. could work with improving the camera. You know what I should do? I should download a nice town. Because then I can improve the car driving experience differently from the town. Need to download a free 3D town where I can test drive my car mechanics in the tech game while my own 3D town is not finished. It should have similar graphics. Yeah. Yeah, something like this. Syndicate. I don't know if I have time to snap a bunch of roads together, but I guess it would kind of be necessary. Maybe Immersion Builder could do this. Yeah. Immersion Builder haven't gotten a lot of pressure, so we're gonna put some pressure on Immersion Builder. Use create a visual of target town. Use assets like Kennedy. There we go. Need a whole town. Should I can it? I feel like I should do the yeah, I feel like I should do the loading and unloading. Oh wow, this is beautiful. Really? This is free? Is there a lot of polygons? Oh, you even got LV. 1K, 2, 5, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna put it in the ignore folder. Demo town. And then we'll see if it pops up here. And then maybe you can just drag it in here. It is huge, or it's not huge. It's not huge. Let's level it up, level it with this one. Actually higher, slightly higher. There we go. And then we move it to where's the car? Car, and then we scale it up. How much can we scale up? Isn't there a way to scale up out? Is this accurate? It's a bit too large. I think the road should be similar in size as the rest. That should be good. Let's try that. The cars are similar in size. They seem a little bit big, but the houses looks very small. They're very cartoonish size. I kind of want to edit this. I want to remove the cars or something. Maybe it's easier to find something free that doesn't have cars. Oh, wow. Where's the sample? Thanks, Kenny. You are a lifesaver. You are my elite employee. We don't have... There's no... Actually... Maybe the easiest thing is to... Oh, this looks very close to... the style that I wish the game would be. Yes, if the game can be in this style, it's this realistic style. And everything, oh my god, it's beautiful. This was good enough, but the cars were just in the way. So I think maybe I need to go into Blender. I don't like it. Because there's such a big threshold still for me to blend right. It's just so much work to me. And it's so easy to do for people that know Blender. It's so they can do it in like 2 minutes or something. Get rid of the card. Let's look at this one. Let's see. It's just the building. From this perspective, it doesn't look too big difference between these. But here it looks, the difference is huge. What a great experience. Everything is so beautiful when it's this level of reality. But it's too detailed, I think, maybe. We need more of a noir scene, but I don't know how. Explore. Low poly city. We have lots of suggestions. Which one has the best? I think this one is, it's completely white there. This is pretty good. This is also pretty good. This one is very close to what I imagine I can do. Taj Mahal. This one is more closer to what the buildings are in this town. This is closer to what I'm sure I can achieve. But yeah, this is fine. Oh wow, this is pretty cool. A dark one. This one is very low poly. This is the actual one that is this free? Huh? Free model of Roblox Studio. It is. This is not the same. see what else we have. This one looks good. This one looks good. This one looks good. This one's cute. This one's good. These ones are kind of also good, but cars. Wow, this is interesting. But you can't download it. This is beautiful. It's just like a train model, especially when we have a train there. But it's not shared. What else do we have? Here is a city. I think this one is pretty good, pretty okay. This one is pretty beautiful. This one looks very close to what I can achieve. Okay, you gotta stop looking at some points. Is this the whole city? The city is too much city. Clicked. There we have something. It's too small. Here we have something interesting. Here we have also some interesting style. I like the style. Maybe we should just get a bunch of them and put them next to each other to see what style everything should be in. That's not me, that's not Dry Developer. Okay, Dry Developer is gonna have to stop scrolling. Oh, here we have it. Is this snow or is this without textures? I just realized there's no snow on these ones. We need snow. Oh my god, here snow appeared. A snowy covered low poly city. Let's look at that one and then add snow here. How about winter? Oh wow, but this is medieval stuff. That might be something. That's funny. You'd have that. Okay. guess this might be where did it go? Yeah. Damn, this is close to... Oh, the GLB is just one GLB. That makes everything very easy and simple. Okay, there's a lot, and I think I'm just gonna see if this works. Did Godot crash? Is it a problem with my RAM memory? Do I need to get rid of all of these tabs? Select all tabs, bookmark tabs, and in Immersion Developer, new folder, account, remove accounts, and then we can close, unselect, how do you unselect? Now we have a low percent. Oh, it comes with extracted PNGs also. Interesting. Let's hide this for a second. Wrong one. Is this the right size from the beginning? That is crazy. It looks like it's the right size from the beginning. Beep, beep. Yeah, this it's looking kind of good. It's a bit distracting with all the extreme Christmas and everything. Is that a pool? No, it's some kind of sport thing. I think this is, it's not inspiring, and it's too much Christmas everywhere. But it's the closest, I think. We have the mall there, we're gonna remove that one. We have this one, which I do like. But it's too small and there's no winter. But there's something playful about it. Cars and everything. Yeah, I think this one actually is better than the other one. Because this one can be looped as well. Well, kind of, I guess. But it has so many small cars. Oh, isn't the actual translations there? Yeah, this is something we can adapt to. Now we can improve something. I think the first thing that sticks out is actually the 3D model of the car. So we gotta make a system there. Let's see if we can get a free 3D model of a car. Whoa, these are high quality. How can you say that these are low poly? Really? These are serious cars. I just want one model of one car. I think this one. It's quite a high 29 megabytes. Oh, 3 megabytes. I should save this to immersion developer. Cars. Fleetwood. I downloaded it 2 times apparently. 3.6. This should actually be pretty easy. Now I need game direction work regarding the cars. If they should be visible, if all cars should be visible on. And then we have saving of each car positioned. Yeah, now we're getting into the complex stuff. Easiest is to continue with the work that I have. It's not easiest, but it's the fastest. Because I can change this one. Oh my god. Can I do this? Where is the car? Why isn't it visible? Right, let's set the location. There it is. and obviously the huge Cadillac car is quite big. Is that real? Is that the more correct size? It's quite a big car. No? What? Why did it want to turn the whole thing off? No. There we go. There, the front car will work. Go. Now I can drive a pretty nice car here until we crash into the and this car obviously doesn't fit the style of the rest of the town. Whoa, that is, yeah, that was a cool coincidence. It's a very thin car, or is it a very long car? Maybe it is a pretty big car. It's got 3 windows, so. Okay, well, I can change the car model and the immersion developer can do that, but there's no workflow to make several cars. So I think maybe a workflow to create several cars is in order. But is it good enough? Like movement wise and stuff? I'm tired, that's why I'm slow. I'm gonna make my coffee. have not become less tired. It's interesting. Okay, well, I need to decide, because right now we have a car here and it has a car script and save components. Yeah, this is what differs. The car ID and license plate, color name, fancy color name. Alright, because the keys have color to make it simpler. Maybe, but maybe we should not have a color. There we go, save components. Making a car and making a matching key. I think we'll focus on establishing that. Try to unlock with key. Save manager, data loaded, connect. And apply save state. Get cars. If the task data ID. But if it doesn't, maybe these are low poly. They are not really low poly. But I like them. Very simple, small cars, dirty, shiny. You can feel that they're small, especially with blur. But it's 3. Let's not get distracted. Let's try to not get distracted. Now I started scrolling, getting distracted. Okay, we got that. Maybe I'll start a conversation with Gemini. You are a master of game direction and senior developer knowledge and have in Godot 4.7. We are creating a architecture for the cars in the detective game Jörn Mysterium. The core mechanics discussed to implement is that it should be easy for a non-coder to create several cars that use the same scripts and nodes, etc. Just changes in initially just changing the mesh and some parameters like speed. Later on, it should be easy to add things onto a vehicles. Vehicle that changes that particular game mechanics, like adding a plow that can destroy trees, or being an aeroplane. Or should we, or just, or so. Each vehicle has a lock and should have a matching key. These things should be saved in the game, so it must be easy to create a key as a non-coder as well. These things should be saved by the game so that each vehicle position and rotation is saved whenever a player enters a location. I don't know. each key has a license plate number, and that is used to match to the correct car. So to keep save data and matching logic simple, we simply use that. In the end, we shall create a kind of workflow guide for the non-coder. And then there's a lot of context that would be necessary. There is a lot of other information, or just give the just give the folder. This is the folder for the game. There are a lot of unupdated documents. The overall game is so we have a 3D world where the player transports with vehicles through the town to enter locations. In these locations, keys can be acquired in ways. We don't focus on these key locations or how the key is acquired, just that it should be easy for later development to add a key to save to players save, so the player can use it. Do not make assumptions, ask clarifying questions 1, 5, and then we select advanced muscle code. Should I give the code for the car? Where do I have the code for the button position? I should give the scene. Oh. Where's the scene? Yeah. That's the base vehicle. Convert your current setup into vehicle base. Will contain new heritage scene. Swap the car mesh. Use the collision shape, tweaking sport and speed parameters. Perfect. Custom resource for keys. Currently unlock loading checks if not enhanced license plates. No, is that a right dictionary to create a vehicle key script extending resource. Okay, sounds good. Are you currently strictly using standard Godot dictionary to define all interests or open to, or are you using custom Godot for class randoms? I'm open to it if it makes things simpler or easier. But I think just saving some text in the images and some is better than it's more agile, I think. But it's like me on the benefits of custom using custom Godot resource for this. Cool. Zero typo risks. Error JSON tables. Drag it up. Cool. Perfect. Then I'm definitely open to Google searches. Tailor the key creation guide to access it. How are pickup items currently defined inside click locations? What do you mean? That's good. Oh, please. Oh, damn, that could be fun. Attaching a plow to any of your vehicles. Vehicle modifications. Oh, it's so tempting to have players do it, but it becomes so much complex. We have to not allow for that for now. Are done by us to create pre-made vehicles. Wouldn't it be much more fun if you can find a plow at a neighbor's and then you attach it, and then you can attach it to any vehicle? Or it makes everything much more simulation-like, which is great. But we're gonna have to skip that. I can add it later. Vehicle key data resource extends resource. So define keys in the editor or not. Inherit vehicles. Car. Okay. Do this manually, let me understand it better. Vehicle key data. Wait. Is this a script? Oh yeah, it is a script. ID, name, matching license plates. Cool. Fine. Plow compo. We just got it for free now. The plow component. Area 3D. Okay, it is a GD script. Plow component, right? Non-coded workflow guide. Step 1. In the file system doc, right click the item keys folder. Okay, items, keys. I'll put this here. Create new resource, vehicle key data. And what do we name it? Key 1. Cool, we can give it an icon. Let's do that. What's the easiest way to give it an icon? Just select something that already exists. There you go. Creating a new vehicle variant. Car TC. I guess we don't need to change the car TCN. But where do we put it? The cars. Yeah, I think all you gotta do is you gotta delete this. And then here we'll change this to a base car. Base vehicle. Let's see if I'm drinking caffeine magic or something. Kind of good. Okay. Where did we... Here. Okay. Now let's continue. Okay. Created a key. Creating a new vehicle variant. Yeah, removing that one. Did we move it already? No. Okay, where did it go? So this is the base vehicle. This is how it works. A vehicle can have different camera pivots. Okay. Let's create something. Base vehicle. To remove these things. Collision shape, save component, all this, that. I feel like the car save component should be upgraded. Okay, let's create new inherited scene in the file system. New inherited scene. Okay, what happened now? Don't say. This base vehicle should or maybe we break something. Then we'll break something. I don't fucking care. So when we create a new inherited scene, everything is created like this. And it's just unsaved. And then we can select the root node and edit its properties in the inspector. Yeah, the root node. And then we can change these things. Good. Speed values in forward movement. Select the save component and update car ID. Car plot truck, license plate. Swap the visual model. Okay, let's go here. Actually, we just need to click this component. Car starter. Let's let's call it long black. Long. Color name. Oh, then you save it. Speed values. Let's make this like the ultimate. Like, give it a lot of juice. Is active? What does that mean? Must be used by something else. Might be save manager. No, I think it's when you enter the demo. Car. This is gonna break. Yeah, a lot of things are gonna break. Maybe. Find one vehicle. Current target is camera pivot. Okay, but where is the active? It's not the streaming manager. It's the cargo save component. Here, try and lock. Yes, here we go. Try and lock with key. Get matching license plate. Key item. And it's the button. Who connects to the button? Or who have the button connected to? It's not connected there, I think. There. drive car. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Is it active? It's active. Okay. That's what active means. As I suspected, but it was not completely clear. It should be is driving. Yeah, we're gonna come back to cleaning that up. Maybe there will be time to clean up. Okay, we're making this car, this vehicle. Set visual model, car mesh, body cabin, replace or swap the mesh resources. Replace or swap. Can we go here? What happens if we delete it? Can't operate or knows the current scene it has from. Let's see. Okay, let's make it. Let's see if we can save this as the car long break and put it in immersion developer. Here it comes. And then we see if what happens if we remove we just change that pull that one. Actually, I don't dare to move it outside the mesh. But we're gonna delete this one and rename. Yeah, well, it can be body. And then see what happens to this inherited car. Yeah, it just works. And then we change this mesh to another mesh. Quick close. No. Where's the ignore folder? Then we can just add this one in there. Into the mesh one. Whoa, it's so detailed, it has interior and stuff. That is way too much detail for us. Okay, we have 2 rows and then some baggage. It's not a super big car. Anyway, that's how we can do it. And we'll just do it like that. And we'll flip this one and move it. I don't know if it should be in the middle. This is how we'll do it for now. And then we adjust something. Well, I think we gotta see the initial that one is. Where is it? Where is this? Where is it? Oh, it's incredibly small. It's incredibly small. This one basically we have to, we still have to scale it down to what? 0.09 or something. I think that's where we're gonna go. Something like that. And then we can hide that one. And then we can go to the collision shape. And we can edit. How do we edit this? The collision shape. This is here. We're not allowed to change it here. Interesting. You can always scale it. Okay, that's fine. We'll scale it. Something like that. Move that one like this. But I prefer to have the collision a little bit smaller. Makes it more fun. Actually, let's make it even smaller to make it even more fun to see what happens. Something like that, I think we'll go for. A non-uniformly scaled collision node will probably not function as expected. Please make it scale uniform. Change the size of its shape resource instead. But I'm not allowed to change the shape resource. But maybe there won't be any problem. Maybe this is still how we can handle things and make a new car. Okay. Adding special capabilities, snow plow, if I want to do that. Plow component, TSCN. Yeah, we'll come to this later. Placing the vehicle in the overworld. Mirror town overworld scene. Well, actually, if this needs to be done, then it should be done. Then we should do it. We should make decisions. This car is not gonna have a plow component, or is it? Let's make the plow component TSCN. new scene. Let's pick area 3D, or should we? No, let's no 3D. 3D scene. Plow component. There you go, and the plow component gets the plow component script, and we add a 3D, and we add a mesh, and we just select a prism mesh for now, and area 3D is, how big is area 3D? Oh, this one needs a collision shape 3D, I think. What's the script says? Area 3D. And this is comics. That should work. No? Where's the size? That was too complex. Let's make it like that. Let's, yeah, that's perfect. That's the exact same perfectness. And then on the long back we add just the plow component. Okay, so we adjust everything to about there, like so. And then how does it look here? Okay, this looks better. Let's flip this one 90 degrees and just make it wider. Can we make it, is it the X value should be wider? No, C value should be wider. There we go. That doesn't make sense. There we go. That makes sense. And then the collision shape must be corrected. No, it's too long on that axis. On the x-axis. There we go. There. And then it's right. Okay, good. Now I have plow component. Plow trees or snow. Placing this weekend and over. Perfect. Town map.tsn. I don't have that one, but it's just placed in the. Maybe we should make that scene now. Or is that the same scene? It can't be the same scene as the. Yeah, how do I... The town streamer still works. Yeah. We stream the town directly. There's no scene. There's no town scene. There's no town scene anymore. There's no town scene anymore. Okay, so demo drive world can be just to demo the driving. And now we make the actual world. But we'll save time by making a copy of this one. What do we call it? 3D town. We call it outside or overworld. Call it overworld. What's this? Okay. And we're not gonna have this one. Rename this. This feels so serious. Here are the parking hotspots. Here's the lighting. Camera controller. We're not gonna have this sketchfab scene. Or should we demo scene? Yeah, we'll keep that one. Or should we? No, we'll remove it. Demo driver world, monologue, trigger, camera controller, streamer. It's the same. But there's no car here. We need to put the car here. Not the base vehicle, but our newly created car. Right? That we do. The car save component will automatically track and record its position, lock, state, and matching key when the player enters or leaves the location. Okay, it will automatically handle it. Okay, we're gonna encounter troubles soon here, but let's see first where, if we do this, we set this as the main scene. Where do we end up? What do we see? Do we end up at the train station? Yeah, we do. Great. So if we put the car at the train station, let's do cars. No 3D. Cars. Or is that how we should do it? Will there be any problems? This one should be at the we'll do it like this, and then we need to find the parking spot of the train station and basically just move the car over there and just rotate it and park it. Like that, actually. The long car became even longer with the plow. Okay. Let's see what breaks. Plow component. Okay, it's attached to the wrong component. Here we add there we go. Now that should be solved. Car mesh top level true. Property value taboo based on null instance. Okay. Car mesh. No 3D car mesh. That's the car standard. It's this script. So it's looking for this. But maybe car mesh is really good name though. It's locked. Perfect. Okay. Let's in the main menu. Let's make 2 buttons. Let's have AI do this. Oh, things are starting to work. You are a senior Godot 4.7 developer. Update the... Oh wait, we had to change the model. Are a senior Godot 4.7 developer. Update the... We're just gonna update this scene. Main menu TSCN. With 2 buttons. New save. Actually we'll implement everything all at once. The possibility to open up a save menu where you can create new saves and delete old saves. Do not make assumptions, ask fine questions one by one. And save manager with us like list saves and delete save. Yes. How should the save menu be displayed? Should it be a pop-up window or a dedicated panel submenu? What's the difference? Yeah, replaces. Let's do 5 slots. Timestamp. What did you? It's not the last save time. 5 slots. Timestamp. We'll start with that. Also, when making a new save, you write a name for the character. So this should show as well in the save menu. It should also, let's start there. Let's start there. I've just implemented the save menu, including listing and deleting save files, creating a new save for current user's default name, pop-up prompt for entering a character name and creating a new save. Yes. Okay, let's see what we got. Save menu. How does it look? Oh, it's the wrong. No, that's can do play. And what happens? Crash. It didn't work. Or you can't do minus. Line 40 is an error. Line 40 has an in save. Is it save was it save manager? No, main menu .gd. Main menu has shows an error. Okay. Okay. Did it create it? What? I don't like that. Yeah. Do not create the UI layout pro in code. Instead, update the main. What's the name of the scene? Main_menu.tscene. Menu.tscene. So I can adjust it. Let me see. Oh, in the TSCN it added that. I removed the creating, all that stuff. Good. Let's see if it works. There we go. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but now I can edit it. Fade rect. Let's have this one. What? Resource picker. Where is the resource picker? Just gotta work. Where's the button? The delete button is... it creates a delete button. There will always be 5 save slots available, so do not create the they can be created in the main menu TSCN as well, and not in code. Good. Now the same goes for the delete button. How is it in cell? I had to see. Cell 2. How is it with cell 1? Register elimination. I want to see how it looks in the beginning in the UI when you select. Oh, they didn't include that. Okay, let's make our own design. It should be created in the TSM file and be visible to the left of a save slot when the save slot is selected. When the save slot is selected, there should also be a play button visible in the middle below the save slots. I don't know. We'll just do it like this for now. Play selected. Del. Okay. Let's see if this works. There we go. We can delete that one. Let's see where it is. I have a short key here. That's the save slot. Panja. We have that open here. We have a cars, starter fancy, we have starter red, inventory, actually a bunch of keys in inventory. Current location. Should I say make a copy? Copy. Ignore. Fake saves. There we go. Now this should disappear when I click delete. Amazing. And then I should be able to click one, enter name. Let's make that one bigger. Okay, we also gotta make that one. Also, all UI elements should be made in the TSCN file. Good. Great, now I have this. Does it pop up in the corner? Strange. Interesting. How is the whole dialogue? There we go. Let's try that. Cool. Great. Now let's see what kind of save slot was created. Save slot 1. car starter red. 0 cars, character name, current location, no location, flags, inventory, narrative, org stages. Cool. Okay, that's a good start. Current location should be train station. Should say train station at the start. Edit the initialization of the save so that the player location starts with the train station. I wonder if we can figure that out. Oh, it gives a whole thing? How did it look in the saves that I saved? It's just a name, train station. Okay, well now I know it should just say train station, not a complete scene. There we go. I think that was faster than going in to good old finding the save manager and then changing it to train station. Maybe. It might have been, but it's slightly risky though, I guess. Now we should be able to easily delete that one and create a new saver. And then play. And then we started train station. Perfect. But there's no car here. Because we're loading the wrong... yeah. What are you thinking? You're a senior Godot 4.7 developer. When starting the game from the main menu, TCN, it should load the overworld TCN. Let's see if we can figure out a small change like this. Cool. Yes, it seems like it's dead. Cool. Cool. Awesome. Can we enter the place? Yes. Now let's add so we can pick up a key. let's make this into a workflow now to create cars. Vehicle and key architect system. Vehicle and key. And move this to the developer. Move. And then make a copy. And this will be workflow, vehicle and key. Plus key. It should be in the immersion. And then we clean it up from all the make it a little bit easier to navigate. There we go. Awesome. And let's give that to the immersion developer. Boom. Done. And yeah, next up is asking, yes, let's design that and ultimately create a non-core workflow. Interactive node, pickup item to the, but we have a bigger system for this. This doesn't work. This is not the workflow to create this. Pickup item to the, put that in the PNC developer. Collect the pickups. What? It should be in inventory. Oh! Oh, that's what it is. That's one way to handle it. Okay, area 2D. Focus in on creating the workflow to create a pickup key. Do we need any resource? I think the context of this is expand. And let's this system. We need to expand this system with a you are a senior game director and you're developer with a system for picking up items into the scenes in the detective game Mysterium. Here is the folder about project. Some files need updating, but the overall game is correct. Look at the current system to create cars and car keys. We now need to look at how we create keys, pick up bubble keys in the PLC. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing now. Maybe I should focus on driving mechanics. I've created a habit of the drive developer working for PLC stuff. So maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Because it would create more garbage for tomorrow. What I really need is basically just a button . Let's remove this pickup item to the console. No! I was just thinking I need to close them in order to remove this so that Godot doesn't crash. And now it crashed. Yeah, we just need a simple button, that's all we need. In the train station. Here. Train station entry. Make a we'll clear a senior developer updates the train station. Is it this train station TCN entry? TCN with a simple button that when you press it with the simplest way, the simplest temporary way, button click way for the player to pick up the first key. The key. Look at the how keys and cars work first. There is a key resource file. Okay, let's see if this works. I don't think it will work. Sometimes this is one of those types where it ended up in the corner. The collision shape is there. I mean, I need to see where I should press to. I wanted to pick up the one that I've selected. Correct. Not dev nodes. I guess dev nodes disappear. So this is fine. Okay, now I have this, and we have this area to the temp key pickup script. Cool. Put that in the right place, and just pick up key. Key picked up. Add inventory key data. Cool. That looks better. That looks better. Let's see if it works. We'll start with looking at Pandia on the save slots here. There's no inventory in the items. If we just play, we'll probably have the same. It's locked. Go in here. Click that one. Problem. No inventory picked up. I don't have. I shouldn't. Move that area to the and just make a button or delete this. Now we're talking. Now we're talking simple. There we are. There we are. Does Pandia update directly? Yeah, we didn't do the save because we didn't exit the location, I think. Come to the wrong place. Now let's see. No, nothing yet. No, wait, yes. Key start car, license plate DET 101. It doesn't match the car that I made, so it should not be able to unlock the car. Good. But if we it's actually here. Here's where we should change horse long. Right? I don't like how it should be that I put in a resource. Like this hotspot should be like, oh, what kind of hotspot is it? Oh, it's a car key. Okay, choose the resource. fastest way to get that in 2D scene hotspot. Drop down type, and it can be car key, it can be door, it can be exit, or maybe door and exit. I don't know how we'll do this. Door, drawer, it can be any kind of thing. And then if we choose car key, then we should simply be able to drag in a car key resource. Or we can drop down. Keys, create new car key. That's the design. I'm just gonna... This is for tomorrow, so PNC. I'm just gonna put that there. I'm not gonna photograph it. Okay, let's see if we can pick up this more correct. And let's see, what first we're gonna see immersion developer cars, items, keys. What? But we're not even using this resource. Yeah, that's weird. And this one has, is it the save component? Yeah, that's a bit long edit. It matches this one. It doesn't match this key. This key is useless right now. Well, now we can pick that one up. That should give us an additional key. Which means that we should be able to unlock this car now. Wait, I want to see how the save state handles this. We have now, what? We need to save. In order for it to work, we need to save. There's a lot of stuff that has to be done. When we do this, should we do saving? Or where do we do saving? Add inventory item. Then we just, in the save data, No, we would do the save game there. Oh, we didn't save it. I'm getting crazy now using the word save too much. Now we should have gotten key picked up and it should have saved. But now it is locked and we should be able to. What? Why do we only have this key? We should have the other key also. Now I'm confused. It should append. Do we need to restart? Yeah. What the fuck is going on? Now we picked up another key. But it didn't change. Which is this one? Yeah, this is, yeah. We have saved the car. That's good. Why can't we not? Lawn beta date. It should be exactly the same. Key item. It's when you click this one. The architecture is not intuitive. Is it disconnected? Here, attempt unlock. And there's a button somewhere. There, isn't there a car button? There it is. Drive a car. Attempt unlock. But it doesn't send in anything. Oh, it's in the car. Item inventory. Try and unlock a key. Item. Doesn't even happen. Okay, this happens. There are no items in inventory. Have we not loaded the data? No loaded. No loaded of slots. No loaded. No loaded. Now I loaded it. Now drive. Now I can find the driver of the car. It was very rewarding driving that car after all of this work, which is very interesting. It's like I played myself. Okay, so game director needs to design a main menu. That's what I've learned. And this needs to be prioritized. Completely. Completely. I don't feel like training today. I do feel hungry, so eating would be good, but I feel mostly like sleeping still. But it still baffles me that we don't add another key. We just have one and we removed the other key. Because I saw it, it was there. It was just the wrong key. Add inventory item. Append. And then rewrite. And this is used by the 10 key button. Add inventory. There's no check here. It should do this. I'm confused. And it saves the game. Now the card should be unlocked though, but we're not going to use the play one. Yeah, it is unlocked. Look into the town JSON and add 800 houses within a 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer area. Do not make assumptions. Ask me clarifying questions one. You can change the file, it's just not in Git. Use look into the houses folder where you can find house 1 JSON and make different houses that you can add and reuse 800 houses in town. Continue. Yeah, yes, continue. Just continue. No specific guidelines. Asset types. The only thing that matters is the footprint and rotation of the house. You can leave the asset array. Why does it have offset? Oh, it makes a script. Cool. Make it like a little town layout with small clusters and have them arranged. Make a little town layout. Yeah, sure. Go for it. I feel like not the time where Godot should crash. I'm expecting it to crash. But let's see. It's 81 kilobytes, so it's quite large now. What's the problem now? Pandia crashed. So crashing, is that a problem of my computer or Ubuntu? $800 houses. Cool. One house there. One house there. One house there. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let's see what happens. I was expecting them to appear, because I thought the house over here appeared. So what's the problem now? Streaming manager, something stopped working. And collision. So this name is not quite good. Wait, loaded 2 house if we already have a button. Error mess or loaded 2 house definitions. That's strange. It didn't fail to open house data directory. House data dictionary. It's an empty dictionary. Gen house 015. Where are the 2 houses that are loaded? Are those the last ones? Can I search? Not generated house. Can I do this? No matches. Why is there no matches on that? Yeah. Okay, it seems like we're not using the old ones, but then it's confusing that we have loaded 2 house definitions. But it makes sense that there is no house in actually loaded. It goes through world houses. For house record in data world houses, create house mesh. Is there any print statements here? No. Created road mesh. Ah, right, road mesh. Good. But we never did this. But somehow it loads, this size is 2. Oh, I get it. They contain the old houses, which are not contained in the town. So this one is not updated. Maybe here. Okay, we loaded 2 house definitions. Okay. Is it in the wrong folder? It looks like there is. Ah, generated houses. I see. Let's remove these 2 houses. And this one. Now, let's see what happens. Now we have a little town here with houses that we can crash into. Very interesting little town. Cool. Immediately things became interesting. Okay, let's do the same with the roads. Okay, let's change the roads in the town reason. So the whole town has a bunch of roads. Each house has enough roads to reach every house. Enough roads. And delete the current rows. Row. And what now? I feel like there's too many bugs everywhere. Like, what's the AI doing now? Is there a problem with my computer? Like, is the computer fucked up? Is it too hot? Is it... Continue. Organic, but very grid-like most of them. Okay, let's take a look. How do the roads look? Okay, that's I think this is quite accurate actually, except for the houses being on the roads, or the roads going through the houses. Can I fit there? Yeah. Now I can go to this place. Wherever that is. I think it's the center of town. Encountered error. Output overflow. Print links. Created house collision mesh for okay. We can it didn't work. Okay. And recognize the UID. On the parking hotspot. Train station. Or is this where I was, where I just was? Because my position got saved. Yeah, my position got saved at this new place. Yeah, that's why. My plow is plowing. It's like a tin, 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 tin. Also problem again. Created road. We can remove created road mesh. Strange that all of the UID changed. What's the UID of this? Park hotspot. Here. So that one is correct. That's strange. Should be res immersion locations. Organization, train station entry. It has a different UID. Can you find this file? Oh wait, that's not where I entered. That's not where I am. Where am I? Oh, it's some location. I see. Yeah, yeah, that's what it is. I changed the general one. I removed the general one. Okay. That's what it is. So, for example, Ralarusen has, yeah, there's no UID there. And Shadowland, no UID. Jörn, no UID. Library, no. But no. Hotel room, that one has. Reception has. Transition has. Okay, that's why. Okay. Let's drive to the back to the somewhere. What is this? This is probably where am I? Yeah, this is the journey. And this is the shadow. Then we should be able to go down here, get to the train station somehow. Here I think it's the transition. Yeah. and for some reason we only have one key. Okay, well, tomorrow is the point and click developer. It's gonna have to deal with all of this mess, I guess. We made a bunch of stuff, made a bunch of easy stuff happen because of my tiredness. No audio system. We have kind of made it easy. I think we have done that. We have actually at least tried. So it needs a review. But I will consider it done. And let's link to the resource. Workflow. No. Vehicle. Vehicle key. It's not named workflow. What? No. There we go. That isn't it. What did I do? What I've done? Maybe I need creatine to help me with my ADHD stuff. Let's see if we can create a new save slot. This one we should start at the train station. It should be locked. We should be able to go in, take a key, then exit to the wrong location. We'll load this one. Now we can drive. Cool. I know. Obviously we will have a snow plow, and we'll have places where there's too much snow. Oh, that's great. We gotta give that to the PNC developer directly, so it can be developed. No, wait, that's not PNC developer. PNC developer has too much to think about right now. Too much to think about right now. Let's give it to the game director. But it should be prioritized. Snow piles. Cannot access the whole map because of snow piles. You have to get the snow plower first to get to those locations. Maybe the snow piles respawn at every groundhog day reset. It can be used as extra advanced game puzzle. This is puzzle where you have to get the snow plower first. Wouldn't it be fun if you can snow plow by, like, you move the whole snow pile? You don't make it disappear, you move it. Other vehicles, etc. Want to be able to move a snow pile like in one chunk. Maybe you have to think about which order you snow plow. Since if you plow a snow into another snow, it becomes too heavy and you can't plow anymore. A soft lock. It must be possible to reset the day. Case. Maybe that's too much reset. Maybe you need to time travel to a point in time. Different. Should we introduce a tree of time travel? Can I revisit? In short, no. All the houses are floating. Okay, now I'm not just tired. I'm also, my brain is also full. Not sure what I would focus on doing. I don't think it's good to start up an audio system work. Monologues, character, not easy. Yeah. License plates. That I could potentially do that. I think I'm gonna do some cleanup actually. Some incredible cleanup. I'm gonna remove this dim drive world. And then good old crashed. I knew it was gonna crash. I'm getting this sense, this crashing sense. To create a new save state. It's nice. Now I can change the save states. I have the town there. What else was I planning on removing? Maybe these ones. Do I need this anymore? Yeah, I still need that one. But yeah, we'll just keep that one. We'll delete the beautiful little tree I made. Get rid of some houses. I guess that means that they will not be used in this map anymore. Then I might as well delete this. We just need the demo map. There we go. And rename it to map. Map. Jörn. Raw. And move that one to immersion. Should we? Yeah, that's good work, I think. I can move this one here. Is it accurate? Yeah, I think it's accurate. Now I have some more life to things, but the roads are too low now. So we'll drag this down a bit. A whole meter. Roads, whoa. Some new roads have appeared in this town. Let's go to the hotel reception. We're linking to the wrong scene. Immersion developer will handle that. Okay, what else? What was something else? Add button. Yeah, I want that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. Where am I going? on the car base vehicle. There is somewhere that says lost. Here. Is that in the process? That's strange. That's too often. But checking if it's not active or not is pretty easy. Huh. We'll optimize this later. Okay. In the car standard.gd, the drive car button is assigned a string, and I want the string to maybe it should be a separate. Let's try doing a separate. No, that means we have to create a bunch of drive car button is assigned text. I want this text to include the cars, the car license plate as well as the text lost or Chernobyl. I think it's pretty simple because I think it's actually saved up here. No, it's just in the save compose. Yeah, cool. Figured it out. Past plate and plate is this. Yeah, that's pretty simple. Suspected it would be. Cool. You can clearly see that the front thing bumper is bumping. there should be some kind of shopping situation where you can choose how to spend your money. Like, do you want to buy a car? Do you want a bike? Do you want to buy a gun? Do you want to buy a hat? Then you can choose if you want to buy the car, and then we're primed player with more options. This game is starting to become fun. Just driving around and finding a location is kind of fun. Ooh, new location. Yeah, game director idea. What do we have? Actually, I'm gonna write. I know I had two things in my head. First, the 3 option store. Different players have different interests and priority interests. Some players need to quickly get a car to feel like the game is fun. Some players want to explore other things in the game and don't want to start with a car. We can create a kind of store where the player starts with a sum of money or can easily acquire money to buy a car, a hat, a car key, a hat, a bike, etc. All things just like Zelda OOT. This way we both introduce new side quest hype towards the possibility to get the other items, and we enable the player to choose what to prioritize. We definitely need some money mechanics to make this work well. Just like so. Maybe we can find money with the car. Maybe we can get paid in the PNC or find money in PNC. So that was one idea. The other thing I've now forgotten. No, this is done. Can we do something else? Button opening the map. Bug. Cars can be pushed into ground while never go up again. That requires brain. That requires brain. I could make another car, go through the car making process to rehearse and make sure it works with several different cars. Okay, creating a key, which is completely useless because it doesn't matter, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because we're gonna use this system later. Crypto key. Key to moped. Let's make a moped. Free moped city assets. Moped. Or bike, or cart, or bike. No, I just chose for it to be moped. $99 megabytes. Small one with 1K textures. is happening? Importing this, and then I'm gonna follow my new, okay, creating a key. I've already created the key. This is a key moped. Moped icon license mop. No, not saved. Okay, creating a new vehicle variant. Then I go to driving. I go to base vehicle. New inherited scene. There it is. The license is moped 9 is locked. Or maybe this one is not locked. Maybe just find it. Moped. Okay. And changing the stats. Let's make it incredibly like kind of slow but incredibly fast acceleration. And an incredible steering. Okay, good. Save. Moped. Is that it? Car, moped. And we change the visual model to our new found low poly Tesla Vespa Piaggio Bravo, and it's huge like always. It's absolutely huge. It's so incredibly huge. That's actually an accurate size, I think. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'll change the collision shape. And we cannot change these values, so we gotta scale. Put there, obviously. Maybe something like that's okay. Huh? It looks Like it's not centered. I wanna know. I wanna know. Is Godot crashing often because I'm starting to work faster, or using features that something, or is it for some other? Is it my computer's that is getting worse? Still too large. Centered. Save. Scale. Top. Save. Position of this one. Scale. Maybe that, something like that. Because you can't really, like, because of the bars. Maybe something like that is okay. It almost crashed. Okay. Okay, good. Adding special capabilities. No, we're not gonna add any special capability. The capability of this is that it's smaller. And then we place it in the overworld, and let's see. Let's just put it at the train station. And that should be it. We also need to actually get the key. So let's just duplicate this one. Move it. Where is the why does this use a different transforms here instead? Save, and then what key? different script. How do you write this? Is a string. Late. Or here we can start to think like a developer and think maybe we'll put a resource here. Key vehicle key data. Matching key. No, that's here's yeah. Key data. Can we go in here to dict? Okay, to dict. Is this the same? ID, name, matching, return. ID, name, matching. Can we just do like this? Okay, so maybe to dict. Will this work? Display name. So this one we can, yeah. What happens if I can I look at this? Show the file system. Rename it to key long black. And this one is not DET anymore. It's gonna be long late. Luxurious key. Hack. Okay, cool. And then this one we can do like that. And then maybe things will work. Where is the moped? And why is this angle? Oh, right. Because I'm at the hotel. I think the there lost go in And then we get that key, and then we go out, and we're gonna load the wrong scene. So and then we can now we have that key. Oh god damn. This is hard to drive. What the? This one really goes like rip, 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 rip. It has a delay on the turn. Strange little. Whoa. This is not a beginner vehicle. Whoa, can it fit there? Yeah! Heck yeah! I feel like a little wasp. It's getting pretty good. The acceleration of fun. I like it. Okay, now we have done a bunch of good things. Now I'm getting hungry. Now I really want to eat the pizza now. Actually, I was testing things. I was testing if two vehicles worked well. So let's do some testing. Back here, we can drive that car. We can drive that. Whoa. Can drive the car. Seems like everything works. Maybe we need a different UI situation where the buttons can stack on top of each other. That is a HQ kind of thing, high quality kind of thing. We don't need that. We can still play the game as it is now. Camera. for each vehicle. Moped, image, links, image, game, mechanic, smaller, can pass through small places, unlocks new areas. Snow plow, car, and then just dog, do the talk, all vehicles, so it's easy for immersion and narrator to use. Narrator use for story. Include keys that DVD print it for big whiteboard. Okay, do we have anything else? Growing part. This is the most. Change cartridge must. It looks great. Management and more card. Yeah, that's plant bulldozer. That is for game director. Why is saving taking longer than usual? Do we have internet? Yes, we have internet. Google is being hacked. We could upgrade the parking zone. And we're not gonna get more ideas. That's for game director to do. Off-road. Trunk. Exploration. Where is this? This is also weather, clue, collect. Select the game. Okay, getting closer to something better. actually making progress even though I'm so tired. Made a moped. Upgraded button for cars with license plates. I feel like the game is getting actually good. Fun, play. Relaxing, just driving around. Fun when I suddenly discover a place to park my vehicle to explore a new location. Is there something else? Take both keys. Unlocked. Yeah, this game is gonna be great. I want to play more, but I want more stuff to be in the game. I want more stuff in the game. That's a good sign. That's a really good sign. Maybe I create a map button where when you click it, you zoom out. You see the whole thing. I don't know. I think that's better than a map. I think that's much better than a map. Just gonna do that. Seems like a fun thing to do. So in the car, or is it car? No, I think it's overworld. We'll add something like a camera pivot. What is this? Marker 3D. Okay. Marker 3D. And this one will move it up. And we'll rotate it on this axis to 180. and then we'll rename it to map overview. Oh, copy that. It's in the main menu. Now it is. Starta UI. Återgå. Cool. Let's see what's what car moped has missing appendices. Mention cars, car moped. Saved in a format that is newer than a format supported by this version of Godot. Car moped. Immersion cars, car mopedism. Immersion cars, car moped. It should be there. Expected script. Strange. In newer format. Okay, that was dangerous. Everything could have broken, and then I wouldn't have Git to roll back or do anything. Looks like it has moved. No, it has. It's just me that didn't put the map at the center. Okay. Let's see if we have this UI. Where's the UI? There's no UI. Tell me what to add or remove in the scene and bit. Make it easy. It's probably a canvas. What is going on? Canvas layer, I knew it. And rename this to map UI. Selected. Drag immersion. Carta. There's no Carta script, but it is right there. That is annoying. That is freaking annoying. Unrecognized UID? Is this unrecognized UID? And add a button. And just anchor it down there. And just move it up a bit. Carta. Done. Okay, now let's take a look at the script. If it's open, we close it, otherwise we open it. So true, auto go. We make the car inactive. If it okay, we say the active car is good, but shouldn't that be? Wait, are you making a local variable? think I need that. Oh, well, okay, maybe we can. Okay. Sure, we can do it like this. But I don't get that. Yeah, we just reactivate the one in. Yeah. Well, we need to know if a car was active or not. This is good. We need to update the so that it basically just checks if there is an active car. In the open function, then save the then reuse that in the close map function. This is better. Yeah. Good. 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 Now we also need to handle if the player is not if there is no active car. This means player is camera is using a parking hotspot 3D marker. So then we need to get to the camera to that instead of the car. What? I have to check if this is good in that it's less code, it's very compact code, but it's not checking if a car is active or not. Like, it's checking is active, but it's not checking if it is a car that is active or something else that is active. If a parking spot is active. What was the previous script? What makes a car a car? The code probably works. No, it didn't. Cool. Just realized that will not work. We need to move this one. We need to understand how it's oriented. it's looking at this upside down. Okay, it's 90 degrees. That's more, I think, correct. Oh wow, that is an experience. Pretty neat. Change the perspective, and then we increase our speed. I think we should look like we should see the map like something like this, like see the whole map. Can we align parents to move like that and move it slightly up? We need it to be closer. I want it to be similar to Zelda 3. Would be nice, would save a lot of seconds if I could see what the camera is seeing. Now I could move it down and forward a little bit. Now I need to move it back a bit. Let's keep it like that, and this, I want this to be slower. Duration. Let's correct it more. Let's tilt it a little bit. I don't get why it suddenly pops. Pop, and then go there. Is it because this car is uses the car as the previous. It's so bum. It's a vroom, 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 vroom. It really works weird. All the roads are completely grid-like. Interesting. Well, we're gonna have to fix that bug later. Now we can drive here, and they were like, oh, we're lost. Where are we? Where are we? And if we drive forward, quick, car drives a little bit forward. It's kind of nice to have different vehicles, then you can have easily teleport to a destination probably from the map. I wonder what happens. Wow, then you can drive it instantly. Oh, it has to reset that one though. But why did that go so fast? Oh, because I'm using the car one. And then it goes back to this. Okay, we got some bugs to work out there. But this is fun. And oh, I cannot select the moped because that's strange. Okay. We're satisfied now. Why can I smell rice? Long black, open, concrete, downtown houses, map, view, and yeah, that's what I remember. Okay. Subject has not been town today, but it has actually been town today. But now it's mid. What? What is going on? What? And break. End of day. End of day break. And I think what I need to do now is kind of calm down and reset, because tomorrow I'm gonna work on all of these stuff that you see up here. When you click architecture to get this core game mechanics into place. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do, but it's easy. It's going to be easy, fun, simple, and narrator is going to create a bunch of stuff that can be built and improved on. So the game mechanic developers they're not gonna touch any of that, and they can reuse. Well, they just upgrade the quality of things, and I guess they're gonna need to add some. Depends on how we do things. The dialogues. But I guess we'll make it simple. A fun little game. Constantly need to remind myself about that. Now it's a tough decision if I'm gonna do some training or not. And because I'm so tired and I'm hungry and it's late. But training is just gonna postpone food and stuff for 30 minutes. See you later. That was really good. I did not notice how stiff I was before. Now I'm so much looser. I'm warm and sweaty. Good. And yeah, it was great. Also my mind, I did breath works while also. Yeah, it was the right call to do exercise. It was the right call. I am happy that I have made it so easy and obvious and established the habit of actually I'm happy I have made it easy to do exercise. That it's so obvious that it's like there's no question. Now it's gonna be great to cook some food. I'm so happy that I bought rapeseed oil. I feel so rich having so much oil. I'm so happy that I have spices prepared, made up, and timjan. Yesterday I also added a little bit of that ceramomycelic acid. It does contain a bit of sugar, so I don't like that, but I think I already have sugar in my diet, so it's up to that. I'm so happy that I improved my life so much every day. I'm so happy that I created a habit of improving my life every day. That is incredible. It's a lovely calm day. A lovely calm Tuesday. With a slight breeze. A little bit of cloud, but sunny. Incredibly calm. Yeah, just like this town is. Incredibly calm. Wood is cooked, prepared, whatever. I am looking forward to food. Sweaty yoga clothes. Shower is done, time for food. Time to eat my goop. Prime goop.
today is a week 7. The goop soup is a week 7, which is strange because I didn't eat for very long, so the hunger spice should be pretty strong. Maybe I think I had more garlic yesterday, maybe, but not significantly more.
Improvement in technique. Now it's holds on the thing, slides on the steel plate sheet. Oh, I forgot to heat up the other plates. I think we're done with starting the day. I feel like I'm facing into a new phase, a new level in the development. I love that. I feel like I often do that, but yeah. I feel like I'm entering a next level where the game mechanics are done and it basically become incredibly fun. 4 flies. Incredibly fun to develop the game, and easy because it comes down to creating content in game, like filling the game with interesting stuff. And I'm again realizing that it's enough with just a little mechanics. Like the little mechanics that we have now, just driving around the town, in a real town, and then you have a moped, and you have this car, other car, just having 2 different vehicles that have different feeling. And being able to zoom the camera out to see the map, it's crazy. And like just being able to do the basic stuffs and doing it properly, so I can create content for the game, create content, and feel like it's not like the foundation is not going to change. The foundation is, there's something that just, it's enough, like it's abundant, like the foundation is abundant. It's like it's stretching forever. The foundation is stretching in all directions forever. And I can just, there's endless space to create, to play. That's what I'm creating now. This week and next week. This week, next week, and then we'll see how far I've gotten. If I manage tomorrow to have the focus on the basic essentials and not even having the tray game, should I do a mini preparation, like priming for tomorrow? I've never done that. Well, I've done priming for tomorrow previous days, previous month, or like a year ago when I didn't have this system. Like just preparing myself for tomorrow, like planning. Oh, this is what I'm gonna do, this is what I'm gonna do, this is what I'm gonna do. So potentially I could do that. Oh, I forgot to put a timer on the pizza. How long have I been talking? Maybe 3 minutes? 5 minutes left. Oh, I haven't even put pizza in the oven. There. Bottom plate is hot now, so now I can put it in the oven. I can put the time. I put the time. Okay, so what I want to do now is kind of clean up this for tomorrow. Now I'm going into producer, sprint planning mode, and focusing in just on tomorrow. Is PNC going to make this? Yes, narrator files. Architecture, narrative, architecture. That's an epic. Can I link it to some place? To like my game director somewhere? This is what I wanted to look at. And what I actually want to do is to scope it down even further. And make this tray game optional. All of this, gonna cut those out, put them in the, that didn't work. What? So that's what you copied. Do you need? No, I don't want that one. It's not inspiring. But the tray game with an image there, and then we have a bunch of ideas there. And these we can put here. Boop. And then what we're going to do is we're going to delete this to make it even easier for our PNC developer. So easy. So easy. Everything is so incredibly easy. It's insane how easy it is. Delete. Let's align them, and in the darkness bind them. Here we have it. We have the focus, and let's do even more focus by doing this. There we go. They need more space. These ones need to be wrapped. There we go. Now let's see, is this enough? We have a menu with a play button, play a cutscene, loads a new scene, background image, navigation button, arrows to load different scenes, dialog button with icon to open dialogue with person. We could prepare all the assets and stuff. Like we could do so much preparation. Let's find the dialogue icon. Let's use Gemini. Tab PNC version 1. Take a you are a master game director. You develop, you know everything about games like LA Noir, Monkey Island, Oblivion, and you are a master in storytelling and cinema. You know every single single small detail that made movies like Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park, and what else movie do we have inspiration from? Star Wars. What tingles everything about what people love about detective stories, like stories and Disney movies. You carry an arsenal of knowledge of all noir movies and how to adapt them to a general audience for amazing experiences. Wow. This is a new kind of pizza. This is a beautiful pizza. This has a different style. There is this style with heavy thick crust, which makes it more when you love the bread, when you love pizza bread, or when you plan to eat pizza bread, you want it, I don't know, the universe is stopping me from showing it to you, so I'm not going to show it. It's actually stuck. I didn't think this one would be stuck. We're gonna let it bake a little bit on the tray there, and then I'll come back to it when I feel like eating it. Now back to the prompting. You know everything. You know all, 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 feel also feel regarding regarding how agency changes how a story is can be improved, and what agency fall pits to avoid. Our goal is to evaluate this complete game design part of point and click of 2D detective game. The goal is creating a minimalistic and complete set of game mechanics that support each other and matches well with the 3D driving experience. Locations. Six. The main features we are focusing on and comes as suggestions. 1. Main menu. Standard. Atmospheric intro to the game. 2. Cutscenes. Runs at every achieved story beat. 3. Navigation. Atmospheric scenes where the player enjoys moving through. 4. Dialogues. Growing dialogues that have different options depending on what the player have achieved. Living 1. Non-reversible dialogues. Dialogues that where the player cannot advance, cannot retract steps and must continue the conversation forward. Each day the groundhog day resets the dialogue. The player previous days. I'm inventing so much things at the same time. Investigate scenes, just like LA Noir, a scene where the player can calmly gather clues. Inspect, just like LA Noir, you can look closer on an object to interact and learn. Take a look at the game director workstation and look at most tabs, but zero in on PNC. Let's big letters. Version 1, which should be the MVP and feature complete to enable an abundance of content to fill the game. Well, there isn't any deduction there. A little bit to me. The mood must be established in the first 3 seconds. It's like a TikTok. Wow. Wow. Cinematic touch, that is good. This is good. This is good. Wow. Cutscenes. Triggered on story beats. Narrative rewards. For player deduction. Ah, yes. For the deduction. Never use a cutscene to explain a mystery the player hasn't uncovered yet. Cutscene should validate their discovery or dramatically pivots the stakes. Wow. Wow. Navigation scenes. Vantage point movements. Clean to the clear directional navigation arrows. Locked and unlocked doors and hotspot triggers for dialogue. Investigate trade game. Crap, trade game is still in there. Grim Fandango. A door should have a SFX. Because driving in 3D gets the player to the building, stepping into a 2D vantage feels like stepping into a cinematic frame. Hotspots must be visually distinct, so navigation never devolves into tedious pixel hunting. Yes. Non-reversible. Here we go. This is the biggest challenge in innovation. Non-reversible evolving dialogues. Groundhog Day reset. Linear forward only composition its characters can be undone in a single day, but the Groundhog Day loop resets the day while players knowledge flags, uncovering facts like noticing a missing earring, unlocks new permanent dialogue options, future loops. Director's revelation. This is your narrative crown jewel. AG pitfall avoided. In typical RPGs, people and their flame exhaust every dialogue node like a checklist without risk. Non-reversible dialogue forces genuine player intent. Once you accuse a suspect or press too hard, the conversation floats forward irreversibly. The loop safety valve. The Groundhog Day reset eliminates player anxiety. If a dialogue goes south, today is burnt, but tomorrow you return armed with higher knowledge. Play feels like a mastermind growing smarter every loop. Hopefully. People will game this. Investigate scenes. Eleanor Kugger. Spec. Focus overview. Specific area within. Contains spectral hotspots and exit button back navigation. Director's revelation. Isolating investigation from navigation keeps the player's brain in detective mode. It creates a clear boundary between exploring a space and examining a crime scene. Good. Just like I was thought. Inspect and protagonist monologue. Inspect close border view combat. Immediate internal voice monologue. Someone lost an earring. Inspecting an item immediately flags new dialogue options elsewhere. Good. Director's evaluation. Eliminating the inventory screen is a stroke of genius. In classic detective fiction, Sam Spadefield is Marlowe. Detectives don't carry 40 random items in the backpack. That's why we don't have inventory. That's why we don't have inventory.
The
technique don't care for the items, okay? That's why. Take a look at this beauty. Can't even hold it with my hand, it's so simple to handle. Beautiful. Alright, we need to find some flies. Take the pie. Or did they naturally? Let's increase vision. You can see one. Completely eliminated.
forward.
There are two more. Maybe they don't like the light. It's like it has a strategy. That had to get it I don't see it. so I'm gonna do the bear walk. And the frog hops. There we are. Okay, let's go. The inspector clue absorb its meaning and use that knowledge in conversation. There we go. I liked yesterday's pizza better, when it was thin, all over, and more spread out. I don't think there's enough salt on this pizza. there are more progression gates. I guess a vehicle can progress the story without a location. Okay, well, I'm just gonna... It's not that a lot more. It's just in vantage points we can have doors. The dialogue menu is the notebook. Cool. Flags. Clues. Red herrings. Ask why room 100 is in the registry. This destroys. There's something that's destroyed here, which I don't like about point and click. Is that the player mind might not know why a dialogue option is available, or not know like what is this dialogue option even about, but still it makes sense as a player to click it. It's a metagaming thing, which is not good. And that's why I invented the layers, the abundance of clues. I want to avoid the meta gaming playstyle, for when a player have forgotten a piece of information or don't understand why a dialogue option is available. It just makes sense to click the option. This does not improve. Gaming must be avoided and solved so that the player feels the story is rich with information and that they have always have at least they have an abundance of different hypotheses and things to explore. But to make it harder, but to put the responsibility on the player to remember these important parts might be even worse. So I have a possible solution, which is that there is an abundance of ways to solve the mystery. That we might have 100 clues and you can gather and understand, but it only requires you to gather and understand and utilize 15, 14, 20 of them. Progress. The idea is that some clues is that each clue is used just like in reality and in science as either supporting a hypothesis or disproving or supporting or a little as either supporting a hypothesis or the opposite of supporting. What is the opposite of supporting? Not disproving. Show evidence against hypothesis. Meaning that meaning that the player can be more or less certain of the right solution, the right action. And players who don't understand everything can still progress through the main mystery. Players who are more advanced can gather more rich a more rich picture of our parts and uncover more truths that rewards effort to explore and deduce more. I do love the idea of a zero UI solution, and that dialogues can potentially be this main point. B notebook. Potentially structure the story in several parts, so that each part can be distinct, and it thus is easier to help the player to remember what is important to consider, making sure that dialogue options existed in the mind of the player before they even entered the dialogue. Yes, it's important the player feels agency. The agency. That they have driving force of exploration, of deciding to talk to a person because the player understood something. Game should simply allow the player to act. Being a game director at the end of the day might be a good structure. It wants to go into program. Something went wrong. But still I got an answer. Oh, no. It's the same answer as before. Bridge the gap between what the player knows and what the player chooses to say. 100 clues, 20 needed, redundancy web, signing an over, determine story where it doesn't distinctly respond to all the same clue. Creatures solve difficult balancing without wrecking immersion. Broad-based for casual progression. Out of 100 total environment observations. A player only needs to uncover 20 to form a solid work theory and unlock key dialogue options. Corroborating evidence adds confidence. Finding a second or third clue pointing to the same event doesn't yield a new dialogue option. Instead, it strengthens the player's conviction. Depth reward for masters. Advanced sleuths who hunt for 80 plus clues unlock deeper context, hidden character motives, and optional side narratives. Let's find this for thorough exploration. Yeah, okay, good. Eliminate the material with intent-driven framing. To stop players from mindlessly clicking new dialogue options, reframe options as player hypotheses rather than item pickups. Huh. At the gaming option bad. Ask about room 104 key. Intent-driven option good. You lied about room 104 being vacant. Player understand. The player must already understand that the key contradicts the receptionist statement. Huh? AI is not AIing. I know someone was injured near the train tracks. I got a flash idea where every observation you make, that's when you get this kind of dialogue option presented in text. Someone was injured near the train tracks. When you see this, and then in the dialogue options, when you see that, you remember, okay, this is what it's connecting to. That might improve things. If an option requires the player to commit to an assertion or angle of questioning, they cannot manage clicking. Of course they can. Structures as concept filters, dividing the investigation into distinct narrative acts. Keys working more fresh. Contain focus. These actually limits access to allocation to a manageable pool. 3 locations for us. I feel like I'm reinventing LA Noir. I was thinking of making one big mystery, and I was thinking Before, when I played LA Noire, why don't they have like one big case? Why did they divide it in multiple small cases? And this might be it. This might be the reason. Contained focus. And they still have this overarching story, but it's not something you work towards. You work towards in a small act, or each of the, what is it, 15 cases or something? But they also might be more inspired by real detective stuff, where usually you don't spend a lot of time on a big case. I guess it's better to have different cases. Pre-primed intent. Because the scope of the current act is focused, the player arrives at a location already carrying an active hypothesis. I'm going to the hotel because I need to check the guest log for November 3rd. Dialogue options available upon arrivals match with the ask. What if there's a lot more information in the game? What if there's an abundance of information in the game? So much so that there's no time to look at everything. You gotta have a hypothesis. What if you can see the hotel logs for several years? Like, you're not gonna look at that. You're going to want to find November 3rd when you understand that you want to. But is that fun? Is that fun gameplay? The passive Polaroid logs, isn't it? Rather than an active notebook, it's a passive auto-updating Polaroid case wall in the pause menu. It displays photographs of inspected clues grouped by location, combined by one line observation. It serves strictly as a memory refresh. It's taking a break from the game. Yeah. The Polaroid log is amazing. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good idea. But I think we will scope down instead of up. Let's see if we can tell a great story without adding any more game mechanics. Let's see. Let's take the perspective of the content creator, the narrator, who will use the game mechanics to tell a great story. Because we know that a great story can be told through a movie, and we have cutscenes. So if we wanted to, we could just run 2 hours of great cutscenes and basically have a great mystery. We just have to add in this is not the right way to think here. Have the opportunity to give the player agency, and we must understand what fun agency we want to give a player. What is something that people miss? in detective in great movies that our game can provide. I think it might be enough to have the basics and just instead focus on making sure player has a great experience regardless where they go, what they do, and how they do it. Something like that. The thrill of watching a genius work in your game using nothing more than 3 dialects with other cousins. Player gets the thrill of feeling like the genius themselves. What cinema can never provide: spatial ownership and atmospheric pacing. A film that cuts away from a rain-slicked parking lot after 3 seconds. In your game, player can idle in their car outside the diner, listen to the radio, and soak in the November frost for 10 minutes before stepping aside. That atmosphere belongs to them, not the camera crew. Personal aha moment, yes. When Sherlock Holmes notices a smudge of dirt on a boot sole in a film, the audience simply receives the information. When the player clicks on desk in an investigate scene and notices a missing hold key, they made the discovery. The eternal monologue confronts their hunch, making them feel observant rather than spoon-fed. Yes, this is good stuff. They should probably go into the PC. Let's not have version 1 there. Let's have PNC there. And put it here as well. Curiosity-driven agency, freedom of sequence. In a movie, the protagonist goes exactly where the script dictates. In your game, if a player feels suspicious of the train station conductor, they can drive there first, even if the main story beats remain anchored. Choosing the order of exploration creates the illusion of total detective freedom. This is gold. Narrator Design Toolkit. With your finalized MVP mechanics, the narrator can craft a world where every action yields value. Yes, drive as pacing control. Use the 3D overworld driving to let emotional beats settle. After a heavy dialogue, revelation or cutscene, forcing a quiet drive through the snow gives the player space to digest what they just learned. Inspect as environmental storytelling. Every 2D inspectable object should tell a micro-story. A burnt letter in an ashtray, a half-eaten meal, a calendar marked with a red circle. No complex inventory required, just rich atmospheric context. Dialogue as reward. Unlocking a new dialogue option isn't a mechanical, now just understood something. It's the aha moment. Okay. I was thinking that potentially one idea is that we have this essential structure to things where we have these 100 clues or whatever. We have a lot of clues, and every clue can be, well, it can either be a clue or a red herring. And some clues will disable red herrings, like make you understand that, oh, this was a red herring. Or if you explore one red herring, you understand that that red herring, it leads to a dead end, like it's oh, this happened because of this, it didn't happen because anything connected to the case. And then so we have a bunch of observations, and they're either red herrings or clues, and gradually as the player explores them, they narrow down and understand that some red herrings are red herrings, and they understand that some clues are clues, and at some point they get an hypothesis, and the hypothesis is more or less an aha moment. And what we want the player to feel is aha moments. So the idea is that this set of clues, they gradually, the more the player explores in the game, the higher chance it is that the player has found the aha moment that leads to the correct action. And here we have so the player can discover several aha moments, which can be supporting of one bigger aha moment, like how hypotheses can support each other, etc., etc. And then the last part of this design is that we have too many choices to brute force, that the player cannot advance unless they have the correct aha moment inside their mind. So it's not as simple as having found a bunch of clues in a scene and then having 10 different options in a dialogue and you just click through them all and then you advance. No, we gotta have some kind of mechanic or something where there are too many choices to brute force. I also, this one part of this is an overwhelming abundance of possible information in the game. That for example, if the right thing forward is to look up a entry in a logbook on November 3rd, we make it so that this logbook has 365 entries, and it's just completely exhausting and boring to look through them all. And it's only when the player gets the aha moment that they understand. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. everything becomes a vault code. I need to have something in my ears, otherwise I will lose the access. Everything might be a vault. Maybe dialogues and conversation also can use this vault code effect. That you can, in a dialogue tree, you can, one option is the ledger, and then the next option is the month, and then the next, if you click November, then you can select, I don't know, maybe there are 31 entries you can select to talk to or something. But what I mean in general is that every story beat progression would require the player to enter some kind of code. Just like you said, the vault code kind of effect, where there is this haystack amount of options. And sure, many options might also be very fun to explore. I love the idea that the red herrings are closed loop world building. That they ground the town in reality, Oblivion style mundane life. That is a great idea. Yeah, it's good. Dismantling distractions, following a red herring to its conclusion clears mental clutter. The player feels a sense of accomplishment by crossing a dead end off their list. Okay, so Hunter's game. Because I like the idea of dismantling distractions. That might actually be fun for people to explore. Especially if we design them to be kind of fun stories. And then you can actually cross them off your list. Okay, yeah, that was a red herring. So maybe the notebook or note log is like all of these just lines of observations, and each observation can be explored. And they can either be crossed out or circled or something, maybe. And they lead to the next aha moment or something like that. And then after a story beat or after an arc, then we kind of reset the notebook, so it's easier for the player to advance. It also shows that to the player that they can replay the game and explore previous red herrings. And we'll basically, in our game, a red herring is basically a side quest. Just like in Oblivion you can do a bunch of side quests, in our game you can explore red herrings. And as you say, they are they can be really fun to explore. A pyramid. I like your system of the cascading aha layers with 3 layers with micro ahas, meso ahas and macro ahas. That makes it very graspable, and it makes it more like a system that we can easily use and build with. Haystack. Did I copy this already? No. I'm gonna bring in the photo I just took of the note that I made. Here it is if you want to see it. All of this on the left here is like the player starts here and sees all of these observations, and as the player advances they use clues and red herrings to decide, okay, this is not the case, this is not the case, this is not the case, this is not the case. And gradually it crosses out the red herrings and understand the clues, which should lead to an aha moment. And there will be several aha moments that you can get, and like we said before, there could be, like suggested here, micro ahas, meso ahas and macro ahas. And then we have this haystack of options, too many choices to brute force, and so you got to have the aha moment in order to advance to the next story beat. That's the idea. I feel like a genius or something. I feel powerful. But it's just so much work that that's probably it. That's what I think. It must be. Anyone who does this much work doing a detective game must make some really cool progress. Reframing red herrings as oblivious style set quests and applying the vault code effect directly. Okay, let's copy my text there and have it here. Dialogue vault code system. Instead of presenting 5 flat dialogue choices where players click top to bottom, structured key dialogue for multi-tiered index. Yeah. Okay, great. I know where you were on. Oh, cool! I found your signature on. it becomes a real memory game in this case. This is a good suggestion. It's not perfect. Let's actually address that. This is a great start, but we need to adjust the dialogue system suggestion here with the vault code system. We don't want it to become a memory challenge for the player, that they have to remember, oh, I know where you were on November day, or I found your signature on, I don't know. I'm getting distracted now, I think, by the AI. Because I had some other idea, I think. I lost it. I lost the idea. But we can uproot the standard of making dialogues, so we can have dialogues in this way instead, like a 3 dialogue option, not just haystack dialogue. Multi-tiered index, yeah, like it's good, and this is kind of cool. You can select November and select day in the same. You can have a question also. Where were you on this? This is actually great. We could have also gathering information through this, like asking a suspect or anyone where they were on a specific date, and that you could potentially ask many people in town to gather a lot of clues, asking them where they were, and then you can use that as information and clues, and you can also double check that. Like, not just having them as clues or red herrings in your kind of notebook log, but also double check that. You can, if you ask them where they were this morning, and you were there watching them, then you can see if they were lying or not, or something like that, which can give you clues whether if you should investigate further onto them or if you should not investigate further onto them, which I think is one of the core parts of being a detective in real life. The challenge is that there is an abundance of information in the world, and you have to find out. One of the parts of being a detective in real life is to decide what you should investigate, what you should spend your time investigating. Because if you know that someone is innocent, then you would not waste your time going through their garbage. As opposed, if you can figure out if someone is guilty of something, then you might do something to look deeper. But something also that we want to avoid is this feeling that there's only one correct answer. And so there should be multiple answers, I think, maybe. Or that each answer should give you something. Most answers should give you something, maybe. And like, because we don't want the player to feel like, I've found the solution, or here is a category where I can talk and find something with this person. then we don't want the player to feel like, oh, I have found the right thing to put in order to advance the story. We don't want them, because that becomes the same kind of linear feeling as with LA Noire. We want the world to be a little bit more rich and fun. So either they would go in the simulation way like Oblivion, or even more simulation, or that we focus even more on the story to make the game more of a movie, because a movie feels very nice. You don't feel like you have to do like it. You don't have this feeling that you have to do something in order to get a result. A game should be fun. It should be play. It should be fun, and you should play. It's this playing feeling, this agency feeling that the player needs to have at all times. Red herrings as side quests, the Oblivion is disappointing. Dead ends, treat them as self-contained town. Microsource that actively reward exploration. Yeah. Did we copy all of this answer? No, we're reading it first. Maybe we can brainstorm. Maybe one thing that could help us move forward is to brainstorm more of these vault code systems. Like you said, we could have a hotel guest ledger. We can have phone directory. I like the idea of a phone directory. Maybe you have a phone and you can write in a phone number to call someone. I don't know what you meant by a 24-hour time selector clock, but and yeah, in dialogues having these different kind of options. But I think we can brainstorm a bit on these different kind of vault code things. Maybe if you can, I don't know, make a list of 100 different kind of vault code things, then we can see if there are enough to make a fun game, or if we have to reuse some of them, or maybe we can come up with some great new game mechanics to improve this. Another potential thing is that the player might have some tools that they can reuse and combine things. Maybe there could be a tiered up note, a receipt that you find for different parts, and then you can assemble them into one whole part, and then you can use that as deduction going forward. But we want to be careful here, because we don't want to create unnecessary more game mechanics, because it's good enough if this is a little game. This game needs to be a little, beautiful, great game, an absolutely amazing game. And yeah, it only needs to be less than 8 hours of gameplay. So what we want to make sure is that it's easy to develop, that we create game mechanics that have this incredible endless foundation, which enables us to develop so much interesting content that we can easily fill up 8 hours of gameplay and tell a great story and deliver really extremely high, never seen before, high quality gameplay for the player. So it's a little game, it's a short game, but it's an absolutely great game. When it comes to additional game mechanics, something that might be good is something that we can reuse, like something like a magnifying glass, that at some point in the game you unlock the magnifying glass, and this makes it possible for you to look closer on any kind of clue, and so that way you can gather kind of next level clues for the next kind of story beat. And you can maybe reuse clues or go back to clues and look closer on clues, things like this. This have potential, but again, we should be very careful about creating more game mechanics if the game mechanics we have is enough. I like your little case notebook log, where there can be some small symbols explaining each state of each one, and we don't need a lot of small states. It can be X and a circle, or and it can be resolved or things like this. That's good. It kind of reminds me of Oblivion quests, where you clearly feel like a quest has been completed. Something that would make it even better as giving the player agency and detective feeling like a detective is if they can themselves check the state of something in their case notebook log. This is, however, very risky because they might cross out clues that the player might lock themselves into not advancing. But we might be able to solve it if we have enough clues, like I said before, an abundance of clues and observations, so that it is inevitable for any kind of player that they will eventually reach the story beat, the next story beat, the aha moment, and be able to advance to the next story beat. And some players take a short time, some players take a long time, some players don't need a lot of clues or red herrings, some people need more red herrings and clues. I really like the idea of act archiving. When a macro aha is resolved and the arc completes, that the current notebook page archives the previous things into a case file. That is amazing. That is a great idea. Loop. Oh, this is interesting. Is it this simple? For the narrator to work, populate area, place one main mystery thread plus 2 red herring side quests in the location, gather observations, player fills and auto with raw entries via 3D to the exploration, dismantle or connect, player follows leads crossing off side quests and highlighting key clues, execute vault code, player walks into dialogue, inputs the exact date, item, location combination, trigger the macro aha and archives act. Oh, that's amazing. The simplicity and the completeness of the unified loop for the narrator with 4 steps is absolutely super duper. It's mega amazing. It makes it so simple, and I think it's complete. I think it's, in its essence, that is completely all that we need to do, and that feels so simple and easy, and we can create so much great stuff with this. This is tempting. Okay, I'm gonna copy that and give that so next, and then this is a new workflow where I copy things from this that creates the next context. And then the idea is that I will take this file into a new conversation where I've made a bunch of decisions and crossed out a bunch of old stuff. And then I'll use this as a prompt in order to create a new document, which is more refined. And I can access and think, and I can discuss specific things and create a new kind of document, and yeah, gradually refine everything, basically. I think that's it. Oh wow, power of AI. The 4-step narrator loop: populate, gather, dismantle, connect, execute, vault, code, archive is complete, robust, and capable of generating endless. Actually, let's copy my own. That was the unified for the narrator. Now let's paste my answer. Now let's read what we have. The 4-step narrator loop: populate, gather, dismantle, connect, execute, vault, code, archive. Okay. Populate the area, place 1 mystery thread and 2 red herring side quests in location. Gather observations. Player fills the notebook with raw entries via 3D to the exploration, which are these clues and red herrings for these things. So red herrings that leads to these side quests, and clues that leads to this mystery thread. Then dismantle or connect. Player follows the lead, crossing off side quests and highlighting key clues. Discovering the main mystery. Then, when they find the aha moment, they can execute a vault code. Player walks into dialogue, inputs the exact date, item, location, combination, triggers the macro aha, and archives the act. Great. The structure of this is systematic. It becomes so easy to mass produce great adventures. Maybe, hopefully. Below is a 100 vault code index categorized into 10 high volume data selection pools to prevent player brute forcing across an 8-hour campaign. The 100 vault code data pool index. Printed directors and archives, 2 town phone directory, 3 digit or 4 digit numbers. That's fun. Hotel guest register, train station passenger manifest. That's fun. Town hall, birth and land deed registry, local library book checkouts, log, Dewey Decimal System. What's that? Cool. Checking out, yeah, a library, looking in the right library book. Yeah, I'm instantly getting ideas. We have a library in town, which is part of the game. So something like you can check out, I don't know, 100 different books at the library and each book have several pages, then it definitely becomes a vault code to find the right book, maybe the right page, or maybe there's a hidden thing in a book, or there's information in a book. Maybe there's a history book that is contains real information about the town, and then you can gather information about something. Yeah, that's, for example, a great idea. Church bell chime log, what's that? How many times the church bell rang? Weather event log. Date plus snow, rain, clear. One reason I need to make this system and the game and mechanics simple is that I will need a lot of time to create great mysteries. Well, the more time I get to it, the better the mystery will become. Ooh, town grid map coordinates, that's interesting. An address. Hotel room numbers, train car numbers, seat allocation, cemetery gate route, post office numbers, parking spot numbers, electrical grid sector switches, telephone telegraph pole, forest trail marker numbers, building floor plan room codes. I think I am understanding how to do great game design. Like creating this abundance of possibilities, and then we just need one of these to make a vertical slice for one arc. And we had plenty to work with. Visual and physical inspection indexes, vehicle tire and thread pattern matcher, boot shoe print, key bit shapes. Cool. But this one you can see what you need. Coat button style and fabric color swatch. I noticed some in the chat. I got nervous that someone wrote something, but it's just that the chat disconnected and reconnected. Brand, ash, color guide, typewriter. Yeah, this is great. It's great. These ideas are great. I'm starting to think about even more things that are very interesting in detective movies, which is that you get these small clues, like you mentioned cigar brand ash color guide, and this is very interesting. This is really something where you can advance and feel like a detective. Like you look at some ashtray and you look at the color of the ash of the cigar, and from that you can determine the brand, and from that you can determine who were there, and etc, etc. If you can get this level, if we can get the player to feel this smart, we have succeeded. If we can feel the player feel like Sherlock Holmes, we have succeeded. And not hand holding them, like they have to figure it out by themselves. So it has to be like systems and simulations and things like this. And in order to do that and enable the player to succeed, there has to be an abundance of these systems connecting to our previous idea of abundance of clues, so that the player can gather knowledge and yeah, so that there are many ways for the player, a lot of ways for the player to advance, to understand what actually happened. I like this. Another potential thing that we could also do is that you, as a player, can collect things for science. Like you can go around and you can go into ashtrays, into different places, and you can see what people have been smoking, and you can see the color of the ash in the ashtray. And this way you can build up this knowledge, just like Sherlock Holmes, of seeing which color brand matches, and then you can learn. And doing these kind of pre-detection work, where I think, I don't know if people will enjoy it. I think some people will enjoy it a lot. And if we gamify it and make it very interesting, then, and we make enough of these different systems so that the player finds at least some of them interesting, and some of them and just some of them are enough for the player to advance the story and find the truth and more about what actually have happened or is going to happen, maybe. Wow, gas station fuel depot gallon meter readings. Damn. Potentially we can have, yeah, these are all interesting things. Drink order histories. Something concrete that we might actually put in the game. There is this cafe in this town, and they have a display case with baked goods and sandwiches, and I think that you can look into this display case at any time during the game to see how many have been bought, and then you can figure out who bought what, and then you can maybe, I don't know, at some other place where you see a wrapper from this cake, or you see some tracks that matches to this cake, yeah, then you can figure out that at least one of these 5 people were probably at this position. So then you can narrow it down, and that's another core thing, I think, which is a detective skill, to narrow things down, to kind of see, okay, we're not going to investigate every person in this town, we're only going to investigate these 5 people who ordered this cake at this bakery, and then coming closer and closer to the truth. I think that is a core kind of philosophy or a game mechanic or a method that we want to make it fun for a player in the game to train and do and explore and master. Maybe we combine the tray game with the actual game. So you come into a place and then you see, okay, what has changed? And you have to select, I don't know, maybe. Radio frequency, yeah, I would love to have that. Padlock, of course. Electrical fuse box. That's interesting. You could have a fuse box where you give darkness to these people, but not these people, and that has an effect. But I don't know if we should affect things. That makes it more fun. But it might make it a lot harder. No, we gotta cut that out. We cannot affect. I have to say that. Another thing that I must just say on record is that the player will not be able to affect the actions of people or affect outcomes. Because of scope, we only make this a mystery where things happen as they happen, and the player role is to investigate what really happened in order to advance, to understand the next piece of the story, and gradually come to understanding the full story and experience the full story. Some clarification on the last part there, that obviously you can affect a character to give you keys to a car, for example. Things like this, small things like this, but the overarching story, the player cannot create any cascading effects, so to speak. Interrogation statements, yes. Where were you at time? Where were you at location? State motto challenge selector. Physical evidence precision index. Written document contradiction selector. Press sympathize. Maybe this. LY double check where it requires a claims your location. Yeah. Vehicular and transport data. Car make, model and body type, snowplow route sector, vehicle odometer, bus line ticket, serial number, delivery wagon, cargo manifest item, locomotive engine, serial number, bicycle frame, serial number, gas purchase receipt. Yeah. Documentary and paper fragment evidence. Newspaper archive edition dates. Torn receipt total amount matcher. Telegram sender route code. Bank check account. Prescription bottle dosage. Landy. Bond ticket. Library catalog. Card subject code. Raffle event ticket serial number. School report card. Tennis record. Snowfall depth measurement gauge. Yeah. Damn. Footprint depth weight estimation index. Yes. Fireplace ash temperature gauge. Window frost pattern type index. Clock tower time drift. Streetlight circuit power status. Wind direction compass bearing. River ice thickness index. Animal track type index. What happened here? G. Going further on the magnifying glass and things like this that the detective can find and use, they might find a temperature gauge where they can start to measure temperature of things. So basically different sensors, something that the detective might acquire. But again, these are not necessarily necessary. We might be able to create a great little game without this, and then if so, then we should do that. Asking NPC where they were on a date, checking out the legendary location from that light, pure detective the agency, no railroading, NPC light were train stage, blah blah. But you find the diner receipt, placing them across town, you don't get a quest complete pop-up. Simply gain a valid hypothesis to confront them via vault code dialogue. Open exploration. Players who enjoy deep simulation can cross-check every alibi in town. Casual players who pick up an obvious slip-up does just as smoothly. Relating the magnifying glass mechanics, keep it zero code, do not code complex zooming or pixel filtering system, smart as the solution. Treat the magnifying glass as a simple unlock tool. Clicking inspect with magnifying glass on the tool adapter simply swaps or overlays a higher resolution crop of the image. Yeah. Notebook state, auto version manual. Softlock trap, allow players to manually delete or cross off clues, risk a player discarding core clue and believing red herring, getting lost. Safe hybrid, the system automatically updates states raw, validated clue, result here based on player actions. However, give the player simple filter buttons at the top, show all, active clues only, resolve side quests. This lets the player clean up their visual read. I agree on if we have a magnifying glass that it should be smart asset solution where we simply swap to show a different image that reveals a serial number or as much for thumbprint. And the other idea about notebook state management, I think you are correct. We should give the players simple filter buttons at the top. Show all, active clues only, resolved side quests, and then have them update automatically. This is probably the right choice, if we even have this, if we even have the notebook. The more things we remove, the better. The more easy it will be to create a great game. But it needs to be an incredibly large foundation of this game mechanics and features that we create so that the narrator really can easily make so much great content and tell great stories, several great stories in fact. Static narrative outcomes. Static narrative outcomes paired with open with. I have to get rid of that sound. Static narrative outcomes paired with open investigative actions to hack design wall later messages like return over the and her story. Oh. Okay. By locking the overarching plot events and focusing 100% on play deduction agency maximize atmospheric richness with zero production waste. Yeah. The elimination, how much text we just have a little, good. The elimination filter, the caffeine ashes, you don't need complex simulation code to create Sherlock Holmes style scientific deduction. The narrator creates deep suspect. Filtering using simply to the image swaps and state checks across vantages. Observation A, the bakery display case. Inspecting the bakery case shows one cardamom bun missing. The internal monologue notes, the baker mentioned only 4 people buy the cardamom buns. Observation B, the station trash can. Inspecting an ashtray or trash bin at a crime scene with this greasy cardamom wrapper. Aha, the suspect ruled instantly shrinks from 40 town residents down to 4. Player didn't follow a quest marker. Narrowed the nets using raw logic. Fixed plot, pure discovery agency. Locking the overarching story keeps scope tight while delivering pure detective satisfaction. Clockwork world. The murder or crime happened in a specific immutable way. Clockwork world. The murder or crime happened in a specific immutable way. Don't let always live. Chain also. Zero branching fiction. You don't need to write branching narrative outcomes. Yeah. How the player knows the truth. Yep. Yep. The complete narrator foundation. Design alignment to your game engine requires only 4 basic tools. Do the image swaps, showing state changes, empty versus full pastry cases. Standard view versus magnified serial number, intact versus torn receipts. 3D map and hotspots, driving advantages. Inputting specific dates, names, or items to confront suspects without brute forcing. Passive auto notebook. Displaying raw observations. Okay. I'm tired now. It didn't include the question at the end. Interesting. good. And probably we'll just throw away all of this game mechanics design, but I need to exhaust the mind. Somehow it needs to explore all of these ideas to stretch in order to see what's really essential, which really is good enough. Because either the narrator can create a great story, just like in a movie, where you can follow and understand each step. Then we don't. Then you can just stay in any part of the story as long as you want. That's like the benefit of the game. We can reflect where to go, what to do. Or we come into some kind of simulation mode where you can create all kinds of stuff. Or we'll do some Oblivion thing where we'll have several stories and you can explore any of those stories at any point in time. So it's just rich. Yeah. It's only 20 minutes left until YouTube turns off the stream, so I'm going to say goodbye, and that is it. Goodbye.